In a world divided by fear and silence, one voice dared to dream louder than oppression. Tonight, let the calm rhythm of history carry you through the remarkable life of Martin Luther King Jr., a man whose words shook nations and whose quiet strength reshaped justice itself. From his childhood struggles to the final echoes of his dream, discover the full story behind the legend and the moments history rarely whispers about. If you find comfort in forgotten truths, soft-spoken revolutions and powerful stories, told gently, then you're in the right place. Subscribe for more sleepy journeys through history and hit the bell icon so next time you don't miss a single step through time. A soft rainfall taps against the window panes of a modest Victorian home on Auburn Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. The gentle rhythm seems to herald something momentous on this winter day of January 15th, 1929. Inside, amid the warmth of family love, Alberta King cradles her newborn son, a boy named Michael, though history would come to know him as Martin Luther King Jr. The rain outside flows like the rivers of heritage that converge in this child. His paternal great-grandfather, Jim Long, and his maternal great-grandfather, Willis Williams, both born into the bitter legacy of slavery, had passed down stories of struggle and perseverance through generations. Willis Williams, described as an old slavery time preacher, had planted seeds of faith and moral courage that would one day bloom in his great-grandson. Picture the soft lamplight illuminating the room as Alberta and her husband Michael, King Sr., gaze at their second child. They cannot yet glimpse the destiny that awaits him, but the foundation is already being laid in this home of love and principle. Michael King Sr., who would later change both his name and his son's to Martin Luther King in honor of the great religious reformer, stands as a pillar of strength and moral conviction in Atlanta's black community. Outside this nurturing cocoon, the world of 1929 offers a harsh contrast. The Great Depression looms on the horizon, about to cast its long shadow across America. For black Americans, particularly in the South, the darkness runs deeper. The sting of Jim Crow laws, the terror of lynch mobs, the daily humiliations of segregation. Yet Auburn Avenue itself exists as a kind of sanctuary. Known as Sweet Auburn, it represents a vibrant center of black business, culture, and religious life. Here, despite the oppressive weight of segregation, a community has built something beautiful and resilient. The nearby Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin's father and grandfather served as pastors, stands as a beacon of hope and solidarity. As night falls and stars appear above Atlanta, they cast their light on a sleeping infant who will one day reach for those very stars on behalf of millions. The King household settles into peaceful slumber, unaware that this child's name will eventually echo through the corridors of history. In the quiet of the evening, as the rainfall softens to a whisper, one might imagine the universe itself taking note of this birth. The rivers of pain and promise, of struggle and triumph that flow through black American history have converged in this moment, in this child, bringing with them the possibility of transformation. Young Martin's earliest days unfold in the gentle rhythm of family life. His older sister Christine, born in 1927, becomes his first playmate, and in 1930 they will be joined by a younger brother, Alfred Daniel. Together, these siblings will navigate childhood, surrounded by the love of parents and grandparents, creating a foundation of security that will sustain Martin through the storms to come. As moonlight filters through the window, casting soft shadows, across the nursery we leave the sleeping infant to his dreams, dreams that will one day inspire a nation to dream alongside him of a world transformed by justice and love. The dappled sunlight filters through Georgia pines, casting shifting patterns across the face of a young boy walking hand in hand with his father. Martin, now 6 years old, navigates the streets of Atlanta with curious eyes that absorb everything: the towering trees, the bustling storefronts, the expressions on passing faces. It is the mid-1930s, and the world around him pulses with contradictions that his young mind has begun to notice and question. "Daddy," he asks, pointing to a water fountain, marked whites only. "Why can't I drink from that one?" His father's grip tightens slightly, a subtle shift that Martin feels rather than sees. The elder king pauses, choosing his words carefully for his precocious son. "There are people who believe that we are less than they are because of the color of our skin," he explains, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of controlled anger. "But remember this, no matter what signs they put up or what they say, you are somebody. You are a child of God, and no one can take that away from you." These early encounters with the harsh realities of segregation plant seeds in Martin's consciousness, seeds that will one day grow into a mighty force for change. At home, in the warm embrace of family, Martin learns another truth: that one can respond to injustice not with bitterness, but with dignity and determined resistance. The King household stands as a sanctuary of love and intellectual stimulation. Books line the shelves, and dinner-table conversations often turn to matters of faith, justice, and community. Young Martin absorbs it all, his mind constantly reaching, questioning, seeking understanding. His mother, Alberta, nurtures his spiritual development, while his father demonstrates through daily actions what it means to stand up for one's principles. One evening, while the family sits on the porch watching fireflies dance in the gathering, dusk Martin witnesses his father confronting a white police officer who has used a racial slur. The officer's face flushes with anger, but the elder king stands his ground, insisting on being addressed with respect. Martin watches, heart pounding, as the tension crackles like summer lightning before gradually dissipating. Later, he will recall his father's words: "I don't care how long I have to live with this system, I will never accept it." School becomes another arena where Martin's exceptional qualities begin to shine. At David T. Howard Elementary School, his teachers quickly recognize his remarkable intelligence and gift for language. His natural eloquence emerges early, as does his determination to excel despite the limitations imposed by a segregated educational system. At the age of 12, Martin experiences a moment of profound despair when a white playmate with whom he has shared many cheerful hours tells him they can no longer be friends because Martin is black. The sting of this rejection cuts deep, but rather than hardening his heart, it deepens his resolve to understand and ultimately transform the system that divides human beings from one another. Around this same time, an opportunity arises that reveals another facet of Martin's character: his work ethic and sense of responsibility. Though still a child, he begins delivering newspapers, rising before dawn to complete his route before school. The early morning streets of Atlanta become a place of reflection for him, a liminal space where he can observe the city awakening and contemplate the contradictions that define his world. In the quiet beauty of Georgia mornings, as mist rises, from the earth and birds begin their chorus, young Martin walks alone with his thoughts, delivering news to a divided community. Sometimes he pauses to read the headlines himself, absorbing stories of war in Europe, of economic struggles and political debates. The wider world begins to enter his consciousness, expanding his horizons beyond the immediate realities of Atlanta. At Ebenezer Baptist Church, Martin's spiritual life flourishes under the guidance of his father and the vibrant traditions of the Black Church. The powerful oratory, the soul-stirring music, the deep sense of community, all these elements shape his developing sense of purpose. Though he will later describe periods of doubt and questioning in his spiritual journey, these early years in the church provide a foundation that will support his life's work. As the sun sets over Atlanta, casting long shadows across Auburn Avenue, we see young Martin sitting on the steps of his home, watching the neighborhood settle into evening routines. Inside, his mother calls him to dinner, and the scent of home-cooked food drifts through the open door. For now, he is simply a thoughtful boy with loving parents and siblings, with homework to complete and chores to do. But within him, the seeds of conscience have been planted, waiting for the seasons of education, experience, and calling that will transform them into a vision capable of changing history. The September sun hangs warm and golden in the Georgia sky as 15-year-old Martin Luther King Jr. walks through the gates of Morehouse College. His heart beats with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He is unusually young to be beginning college, having skipped several grades due to his academic brilliance. The stately buildings of this historically black institution seem to welcome him, their brick facades warmed by decades of sunlight and the aspirations of generations of students who came seeking knowledge and opportunity. Morehouse represents more than simply the next step in Martin's education. It embodies a tradition of black excellence and leadership that stretches back to its founding in 1867, in the aftermath of the Civil War. As he navigates the campus, Martin feels the weight of this legacy and the expectations that accompany it. Education, he will later write, must enable a man to become more efficient, to achieve with increasing facility the legitimate goals of his life. But even now, as he settles into his studies, he senses that there is something more, that true education must reach beyond mere professional training to touch the deeper questions of meaning, purpose, and justice. In the lecture halls and beneath sprawling oak trees, Martin encounters ideas that expand his intellectual horizons. He reads Thoreau's essay on civil disobedience for the first time, and the concept of principled resistance to unjust authority resonates deeply with his own developing sense of social responsibility. The words seem to leap from the page. Under a government which imprisons any unjustly, the true place for a just man is also a prison. During these formative years at Morehouse, Martin comes under the influence of college president Dr. Benjamin Mays, a towering figure whose combination of intellectual rigor and social gospel activism provides a powerful model. Mays embodies the possibility of bringing together faith, scholarship, and social action in service of justice. In the quiet of evening discussions and during Sunday services, he plants seeds in the minds of young men like Martin, seeds that will later bloom into movements for transformation. The function of education, Martin writes in the campus newspaper The Maroon Tiger, is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. But education which stops with efficiency may prove the greatest menace to society. We must remember that intelligence is not enough. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. As twilight settles over Atlanta, we might imagine Martin walking back to his dormitory, his mind alive with new ideas, his path illuminated by street lamps and stars. The city around him remains segregated, its opportunities circumscribed by race. But within the world of books and ideas, Martin discovers liberating possibilities. He reads Plato and Aristotle, engages with the social theories of Walter Rauschenbusch, and begins to develop a philosophical framework that will later support his activism. In 1948, Martin graduates from Morehouse with a degree in sociology, his young face serious yet hopeful in graduation photograph. At 19, he stands at a crossroads, contemplating his future path. Despite earlier doubts about following his father into the ministry, he has felt the pull of this calling growing stronger. The ministry offers not merely a profession, but a platform from which to address the social and spiritual needs of his community. With this sense of purpose, Martin enrolls at Crozer Theological Seminary in Pennsylvania, venturing north of the Mason-Dixon line for the first time. The physical distance from the explicit segregation of the South offers a new perspective, though racism certainly exists in different forms in the North. At Crozer, Martin distinguishes himself academically, becoming valedictorian of his class and student body president. More significantly, it is at Crozer that Martin begins what he later describes as a serious intellectual quest for a method to eliminate social evil. His studies lead him to explore various philosophical approaches, from Hegel's dialectical thinking to Nietzsche's penetrating critiques. But it is his encounter with the ideas of Mahatma Gandhi that proves truly transformative. One Sunday afternoon, in 1950, Martin travels to Philadelphia to hear a lecture by Dr. Mordecai Johnson, who has recently returned from India. As Johnson speaks passionately about Gandhi's philosophy of non-violent resistance, something clicks in Martin's mind, a recognition that love can be transformed from a personal ethic into a powerful method of social change. Christ furnished the spirit and motivation, Martin later reflects, while Gandhi furnished the method. This synthesis begins to take shape in his thinking, pointing toward the possibility of confronting injustice through disciplined, principled non-violence, a love in action, capable of transforming both individuals and systems. As Martin completes his studies at Crozer in 1951 and moves on to doctoral work at Boston University, the intellectual foundations of his later leadership are firmly in place. Boston offers new intellectual stimulation and an environment where he can further refine his thinking under the guidance of professors like Edgar S. Brightman and L. Harold DeWolf, who introduce him to personalistic philosophy with its emphasis on the dignity and value of every human being. Boston also brings personal joy in the form of Coretta Scott, a music student at the New England Conservatory, whom Martin meets through a mutual friend. Their courtship unfolds against the backdrop of Boston Common, where autumn leaves drift, like blessings as they walk and talk, discovering shared values and complementary strengths. They marry on June 18, 1953, on the lawn of Coretta's family home near Marion, Alabama, with Martin Sr. performing the ceremony. As the newlyweds return to Boston, where Martin continues his doctoral studies, the rhythms of their shared life are punctuated by world events that hint at the struggles to come. The Supreme Court's landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision in 1954 declares segregated schools unconstitutional, sending ripples of hope and resistance throughout the nation. Martin and Coretta discuss these developments in their cozy apartment, imagining a future where their future children might grow up in a more just society. In the spring of 1955, Martin completes his dissertation, a comparison of the conceptions of God in the thinking of Paul Tillich and Henry Nelson Weeman, and is awarded his Ph.D. By this time, he has already accepted a position as pastor of Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery, Alabama, returning to the South to begin his ministry in a city where segregation remains entrenched, but where winds of change are beginning to stir. As Martin and Coretta pack their belongings and prepare for this new chapter, they cannot know that Montgomery will soon become the birthplace of a movement that will transform American society. The scholarly journey has equipped Martin with the intellectual tools and moral vision necessary for the challenges ahead, but the crucible of actual struggle awaits, ready to test theory against the hard realities of resistance to change. The setting sun casts a golden glow over Boston as they say their goodbyes to friends and colleagues. Ahead, lies Montgomery, with its heat and humidity, its entrenched traditions of racial hierarchy, and its unexpected appointment with history. Martin carries with him the wisdom gleaned from years of study, but more importantly, he brings a tested faith in the possibility of beloved community and the power of love to overcome hatred and division. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything: ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers. So there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night. The Alabama evening is thick with humidity as Martin Luther King Jr. stands at the pulpit of Holt Street Baptist Church on December 5th, 1955. The church is overcrowded, with an estimated 5,000 people packed inside and spilling onto the streets outside. The air hums with tension, anticipation, and the unmistakable electricity of a moment when history pivots. Just 4 days earlier, a seamstress named Rosa Parks had refused to give up her seat on a Montgomery bus, leading to her arrest. This act of quiet courage had ignited a spark in a community long burdened by the daily humiliations of segregation. Now, as the newly appointed president of the Montgomery Improvement Association, the 26-year-old King faces his first major test of leadership. The faces before him reflect weariness from decades of injustice, but also determination and hope. King grasps the pulpit, his notes hastily prepared just 30 minutes before, and begins to speak. His voice, which will one day resonate across the National Mall in Washington, finds its public power for the first time. "We are here this evening for serious business," he begins, his tone measured yet carrying an undercurrent of moral urgency. "We are here because first and foremost we are American citizens, and we are determined to acquire our citizenship to the fullness of its meaning." As King speaks, drawing upon his deep well of religious imagery and moral philosophy, the audience responds with growing enthusiasm. This impromptu speech, delivered without preparation, but fueled by years of contemplation on justice and non-violence, outlines the strategy and spirit of what will become the Montgomery bus boycott, a 381-day testament to the power of collective, non-violent resistance. "There comes a time," King declares, "when people get tired of being trampled over by the iron feet of oppression." The church erupts in applause and affirmation. In this moment, King articulates not just his own vision, but the collective yearning of a community ready to transform their suffering into purposeful action. The days that follow establish patterns that will define much of King's leadership in the years to come. Days begin before dawn and end well after midnight. Strategy meetings blend with community organizing, press interviews, and the pastoral care of a community under pressure. King's home becomes a nerve center for the boycott, with the telephone ringing constantly and visitors arriving at all hours. Coretta Scott King, herself a trained musician and committed activist, manages their household amid this whirlwind. Their daughter, Yolanda, born just weeks before the boycott began, grows familiar with the sounds of urgent conversations and planning sessions that fill their modest home. Coretta's strength and steadfastness provide essential support for Martin as he navigates the demands of sudden leadership. The boycott itself represents a masterclass in logistics and community organization. Alternative transportation systems are established, with carpools and volunteer drivers ensuring that boycotters can still get to work. The black community demonstrates remarkable solidarity, with participation rates remaining high despite the inconvenience and hardship involved in finding alternative transportation. As weeks turn into months, the economic impact on the bus company and downtown businesses becomes increasingly apparent. The power of the black community's economic withdrawal proves to be a formidable weapon against segregation. Yet the white power structure does not yield easily. King and other boycott leaders face harassment, threats, and legal challenges. On January 30, 1956, while King speaks at a meeting, his home is bombed, with Coretta and young Yolanda inside. Rushing home to find them physically unharmed but understandably shaken, King must then address an angry crowd that has gathered, some armed and ready to retaliate. Standing on his damaged porch, he calms the crowd with words that epitomize his commitment to nonviolence. "We must love our white brothers no matter what they do to us," he urges the crowd. "We must make them know that we love them." Jesus still cries out in words that echo across the centuries, "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, pray for them that despitefully use you." This moment crystallizes King's emergence as not merely an organizer, but a moral leader capable of transforming anger into disciplined, principled resistance. The bombing, rather than derailing the movement, strengthens resolve and attracts national attention to Montgomery's struggle. As the boycott continues through the changing seasons, from winter into spring, and then the sweltering Alabama summer, King's leadership evolves and deepens. He faces arrest for the first time, spending 2 weeks in jail on trumped-up charges. The experience, though difficult, reinforces his commitment to accepting suffering without retaliation as a powerful moral witness. Meanwhile, a legal challenge to bus segregation makes its way through the courts. The case, Browder versus Gale, eventually reaches the U.S. Supreme Court, which on November 13, 1956, upholds a lower court ruling that bus segregation in Montgomery is unconstitutional. The victory, when it finally arrives, feels both sudden and the result of sustained, disciplined effort. On December 20, 1956, King and other boycott leaders board a Montgomery bus, sitting in seats that would previously have been reserved for white passengers. Photographers capture the moment, King's face serious yet peaceful, embodying the dignity that the boycott had asserted throughout its long months. The success of the Montgomery bus boycott transforms both King and the landscape of civil rights activism in America. The triumph demonstrates the potential of nonviolent direct action to challenge entrenched systems of segregation. It reveals the power of economic withdrawal as a tactic, the importance of detailed organization, and the critical role of community solidarity. For King personally, Montgomery marks a transition from theoretical understanding of nonviolence to lived experience. "I came to see for the first time," he later writes, "that the Christian doctrine of love operating through the Gandhian method of nonviolence was one of the most potent weapons available to oppressed people in their struggle for freedom." In the aftermath of the boycott, King and other civil rights leaders recognized the need for a more permanent structure to coordinate similar campaigns across the South. In January 1957, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, is formed, with King as its president. This organization becomes a key vehicle for King's leadership in the years to come, working in partnership with other civil rights organizations to dismantle segregation throughout the South. As the stars shine over Montgomery on the night the boycott ends, they witness a community transformed by its own courage and solidarity. The city's buses are now integrated, but more importantly, a template for nonviolent resistance has been established, a template that will be applied and refined in campaigns throughout the South in the coming years. King stands on the porch of his home that night, gazing up at those stars. The victory in Montgomery is significant, but he knows it represents just one battle in a longer struggle. Still, in this moment of quiet reflection, he can take satisfaction in what has been accomplished and draw strength for the challenges that lie ahead. The Montgomery stars have witnessed the birth of a movement, and their light will guide the path forward into territories yet unknown. The summer lightning flashes across the Georgia sky, illuminating the faces of Martin Luther King Jr. and his family as they unpack boxes in their new Atlanta home. It is 1960, and after years of leadership in Montgomery and extensive travel, promoting nonviolent resistance, King has returned to his hometown to co-pastor Ebenezer Baptist Church alongside his father. The thunder rumbling in the distance seems to echo the growing tumult of the civil rights movement itself, a movement entering a new phase of intensity and challenge. Atlanta represents both homecoming and strategic repositioning. The city stands as a center of black education, business, and culture in the South. From here, King can more effectively coordinate the expanding activities of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, while maintaining closer connections to his extended family, including his now aging parents. Martin and Coretta's family has grown. Yolanda, now 5, has been joined by Martin Luther III, Dexter Scott, and Bernice, their youngest. The children bring joy and laughter to a home often weighted with the serious business of fighting for justice. In quiet moments, Martin plays with them, telling stories or joining their games, temporarily setting aside the burdens of leadership. But such moments of family tranquility are increasingly rare. The civil rights struggle has intensified, with student-led sit-ins spreading across the South following the February 1, 1960 protest at a Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina. This new wave of young activists brings fresh energy and sometimes challenging perspectives to the movement. Walking through downtown Atlanta one autumn afternoon, King observes a group of students conducting a sit-in at a department store lunch counter. Their youthful determination moves him deeply, and he decides to join them in solidarity. This spontaneous act leads to his arrest, along with 33 students. Though King is released on bail, he faces the prospect of months of hard labor in a Georgia prison due to a questionable probation violation from an earlier traffic offense. The darkness of a prison cell can crush many spirits, but for King, these periods of confinement often become times of deep reflection and clarified purpose. During this particular imprisonment, something unexpected occurs. Presidential candidate John F. Kennedy personally calls Coretta to express concern for her husband's situation. Kennedy's brother Robert works behind the scenes to secure King's release. This intervention may well have influenced the black vote in the exceedingly close 1960 presidential election, marking an important intersection between the civil rights movement and national politics. As the new decade unfolds, the movement adopts increasingly sophisticated strategies of nonviolent direct action. King and the SCLC develop a model of creating crisis situations that expose the injustice of segregation and forced negotiation. This approach is first applied in Albany, Georgia in 1961-1962, where results are mixed due to the shrewd tactics of local law enforcement that avoid creating dramatic confrontations. Learning from the Albany experience, King and his advisors, including the brilliant strategist Bayard Rustin and the dedicated organizer Ella Baker, refined their approach. They recognized the need for careful planning, clear goals, and the strategic use of the media to bring the reality of segregation before the national conscience. In the spring of 1963, these lessons are applied in Birmingham, Alabama, a city so rigidly segregated that King describes it as the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States. Led by Commissioner of Public Safety Eugene "Bull" Connor, Birmingham's white power structure has earned a reputation for brutal resistance to integration. The campaign is planned for the Easter shopping season to maximize economic pressure. The Birmingham campaign initially struggles to mobilize sufficient numbers of adult participants, as many fear losing their jobs if they join protests. In a Controversial but ultimately effective decision, the movement turns to young people, high school and even elementary school students, to fill the ranks of demonstrators. Critics, including some within the movement, question the ethics of exposing children to potential danger. King addresses these concerns directly. Don't hold them back if they want to go to jail, for they are doing a job for not only themselves but for all of America and for all mankind. His faith in the young people's courage proves well-founded, as over 1,000 students march on May 2nd, 1963, in what becomes known as the Children's Crusade. The images that emerge from Birmingham shock the national conscience. Television cameras and newspaper photographers capture scenes of young protesters being blasted with high-pressure fire hoses, strong enough to tear bark from trees, attacked by police dogs and beaten with clubs. These visual documents of brutality generate widespread outrage and sympathy for the civil rights cause. In the midst of the Birmingham campaign, King is again arrested and held in solitary confinement. It is here, in the isolation of his cell, that he pens his Letter from Birmingham Jail, a passionate response to 8 white clergymen who had criticized the demonstrations as unwise and untimely. Writing initially on the margins of a newspaper and scraps of paper smuggled to him, King crafts one of the most eloquent defenses of nonviolent direct action ever written. "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," he writes. "We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly, affects all indirectly." The letter articulates not just tactical justifications, but the deeper moral imperatives that drive the movement. The pressure created by the Birmingham campaign eventually forces the city's business leaders to negotiate an agreement that includes the desegregation of lunch counters and fitting rooms, the hiring of black employees in stores, and the release of jailed protesters. Though implementation proves challenging, Birmingham represents a significant victory and a template for future campaigns. The momentum generated by Birmingham helps propel the movement toward the historic March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. On August 28, 1963, standing before a crowd of more than 250,000 gathered at the Lincoln Memorial, King delivers his iconic "I Have a Dream" speech, a masterpiece of oratory that weaves together threads of American idealism, biblical prophecy, and the dreams of generations of black Americans. "I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." The speech captures the moral high ground of the movement and articulates a vision of America that millions can embrace across racial lines. It stands as perhaps the defining moment of King's public life, though he himself will continue to evolve in his thinking and activism. As autumn leaves fall across Atlanta, King returns home to his family, the echoes of that monumental day still reverberating across the nation. The children greet him with embraces and stories of their own small adventures during his absence. For a brief moment, he is simply a father, not the leader of a movement that is transforming American society. Yet even in these personal moments, the weight of leadership is never entirely absent. As he helps tuck his children into bed, the telephone rings with news of another crisis, another community seeking guidance, another threat against his life. The storm of history continues to rage, demanding his presence at its center. Outside, thunder rolls across the Georgia sky once more. Its deep resonance a reminder of both the tumult and the power of the movement King leads. Like the lightning that briefly illuminates the darkness, the campaigns in Albany and Birmingham have exposed the reality of segregation, to the national conscience. And like the rain that follows the storm, bringing new growth and possibility, the movement continues to transform the landscape of American society step by painful, hopeful step. The cell is barely 8 feet wide, a concrete rectangle with bars instead of a door, a narrow cot bolted to the wall, and a small sink and toilet offering no privacy. The artificial light casts harsh shadows, and the sounds of the jail, metal, doors clanging, voices echoing off hard surfaces, create a disorienting backdrop. In this austere space, Martin Luther King Jr. sits on the edge of his cot on April 16, 1963, a smuggled newspaper spread before him. The newspaper contains an open letter from 8 white Birmingham clergymen criticizing the ongoing demonstrations as unwise and untimely. They have called King an outsider and questioned the methods of direct action. Their words sting, particularly coming from fellow men of cloth who should, in King's view, be natural allies in the pursuit of justice. With no desk available, King begins to write his response in the margins of the newspaper itself. When he runs out of space there, he continues on smuggled scraps of paper, then toilet paper, then pads. His lawyer is eventually permitted to provide. The words flow from a place of deep conviction, informed by years of reflection on justice,
non-violence, and the moral imperative to act in the face of wrong. "I am in Birmingham because injustice is here," he writes, addressing the charge that he is an outsider. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny.
Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. In the solitude of his cell, with only his thoughts and moral clarity as companions, King crafts what will become one of the most important documents of the civil rights movement, a philosophical defense of nonviolent direct action that transcends the specific circumstances of Birmingham to address universal questions of justice, law, and moral responsibility. The letter distinguishes between just and unjust laws, arguing that one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. It expresses disappointment with white moderates who counsel patience and prefer order to justice. It articulates the anguish of explaining to a 6-year-old daughter why she cannot go to the public amusement park, seeing tears welling up in her little eyes when she is told that Funtown is closed to colored children. As King writes through the day and into the night, the narrow cell becomes a space of profound creativity and moral clarity. The physical constraints paradoxically enable a kind of intellectual and spiritual freedom, the freedom to articulate, without interruption or distraction, the core principles that guide the movement. Letter from Birmingham Jail represents the convergence of King's many intellectual influences, the theological ethics he studied at Boston University, the philosophy of personalism that emphasizes the intrinsic worth of every human being, the biblical prophetic tradition, and the Gandhian principles of non-violent resistance. All these streams flow together in prose of remarkable power and clarity. When King is released on bail after 8 days in jail, the letter is not immediately published. It circulates first among movement insiders, then appears in excerpts in various publications before being printed in full in several magazines, including The Atlantic Monthly. Its impact grows gradually, like the widening circles from a stone cast into still water. The Birmingham campaign itself continues with dramatic confrontations between peaceful protesters and Commissioner Eugene Bull Connor's police forces. The images of children being attacked with fire hoses and police dogs shock the national conscience, creating precisely the kind of creative tension that King describes in his letter as necessary to force a community to confront its injustices. Eventually, Facing economic pressure and negative publicity, Birmingham's business leaders negotiate an agreement to desegregate public facilities and improve employment opportunities for black citizens. Though implementation proves challenging and violence erupts when segregationists bomb the 16th Street Baptist Church, killing 4 young girls, the campaign demonstrates the power of nonviolent direct action to challenge entrenched systems of segregation. The relevance of the letter from Birmingham jail extends far beyond the specific circumstances that prompted it. Throughout the remainder of 1963 and into 1964, as the civil rights movement gains momentum nationally, the letter serves as both a practical guide to nonviolent resistance and a moral compass pointing toward justice. In the wake of the Birmingham campaign and the historic March on Washington, pressure builds for federal legislation to address civil rights. President Kennedy, moved by the moral force of the movement and the political realities it has created, proposes a comprehensive civil rights bill in June 1963. Following Kennedy's assassination in November, President Lyndon Johnson takes up the cause, ultimately signing the Civil Rights Act of 1964, landmark legislation that prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. This legislative victory represents the institutional response to the moral case King articulated in his letter and throughout his leadership. The law cannot by itself change hearts and minds, but it can establish new norms and protections that help society move toward greater justice. Meanwhile, King's personal journey continues. In December 1964, he travels to Oslo, Norway, to accept the Nobel Peace Prize and international recognition of his leadership in the non-violent struggle for racial justice. At 35, he is the youngest person ever to receive this honor. In his acceptance speech, he acknowledges the ongoing nature of the struggle. I accept this award today with an abiding faith in America and an audacious faith in the future of mankind. I refuse to accept despair as the final response to the ambiguities of history. I refuse to accept the idea that the isness of man's present nature makes him morally incapable of reaching up for the eternal oughtness that forever confronts him. Upon his return to the United States, King finds both new opportunities and intensifying challenges. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 will soon address another pillar of disenfranchisement, but economic inequality remains entrenched, and the Vietnam War increasingly diverts national attention and resources from domestic concerns. As twilight falls over Atlanta, King sits in his study at home, a rare moment of quiet in an otherwise frenetic schedule. On his desk is a worn copy of his letter from Birmingham jail, now published as part of a collection of his writings. The pages are marked with his own annotations, reflections on how the ideas have evolved in his thinking, notes on their application to new contexts. From the window, he can see his children playing in the yard, their laughter carrying through the glass. Their future, and the future of all America's children, remains at the heart of his work. The letter written in captivity has helped articulate a vision of freedom that extends beyond the absence of segregated facilities to encompass the positive presence of justice, dignity, and opportunity for all. Outside, fireflies begin to appear. In the gathering dusk, their brief flashes of light punctuating the darkness. Like these ephemeral lights, the words written in a jail cell continue to illuminate paths toward justice, their glow undiminished by time or changing circumstances. The letter, born in conditions of constraint, has become an enduring articulation of freedom's demands and possibilities. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything: ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers. So there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling, and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night. The soft pink light of early morning touches the Washington Monument, casting a gentle glow across the still empty expanse of the National Mall. It is August 28, 1963, and in a few hours, these grounds will host what will become one of the most significant political rallies in American history, the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. In a nearby hotel room, Martin Luther King Jr. sits at a small desk, making final revisions to his speech. The air conditioning hums softly, providing relief from the muggy Washington summer. Coffee cools in a cup beside scattered papers covered with his distinctive handwriting. Though King has delivered countless speeches across the nation, he feels the particular weight of this moment. The march represents a culmination of sorts, a bringing together of various strands of the civil rights movement under a unified banner. The idea was initially conceived by A. Philip Randolph, the pioneering labor and civil rights leader, who had threatened a similar march in 1941 to pressure President Roosevelt to end discrimination in defense industries. Now, 2 decades later, Randolph has joined forces with other civil rights leaders to create a massive demonstration demanding not only an end to segregation, but also meaningful economic opportunity for Black Americans. The planning has been exhaustive, with Bayard Rustin, a master organizer and longtime advocate of Gandhian nonviolence, coordinating the logistical details. The coalition of organizations backing the march includes the Big Six civil rights groups, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, the National Urban League, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and Randolph's Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Bringing these groups together has required delicate negotiations and compromise. Tensions exist between older and younger activists, between those focused primarily on civil rights and those emphasizing economic justice, between organizations with different tactical approaches. The final list of demands reflects these various priorities, calling for comprehensive civil rights legislation, an end to school segregation, a federal works program, increased minimum wage, and fair employment practices. As the morning progresses, people begin arriving at the mall, first in small groups, then in steadily increasing numbers. Special trains and buses have brought participants from across the country. Many have traveled through the night, singing freedom songs to sustain their spirits. They come carrying handmade signs, wearing their Sunday best despite the August heat, bringing packed lunches and water jugs for the day ahead. By midday, the crowd has swelled to an estimated 250,000 people, the largest gathering the nation's capital has yet seen. From his vantage point near the Lincoln Memorial, King looks out over this sea of humanity, black and white faces together, representing every region of the country, every age, from children to the elderly. The sight is profoundly moving, a visible embodiment of the beloved community he has so often described. The program begins with speeches, prayers, and musical performances. Joan Baez and Bob Dylan sing songs of protest and hope. Representatives from various organizations address the crowd, including John Lewis, the young chairman of SNCC, whose original speech had to be modified after some leaders found its tone too militant. A. Philip Randolph speaks with the gravitas earned through decades of struggle. The renowned gospel singer Mahalia Jackson delivers a soul-stirring rendition of "I Been Bucked and I Been Scorned." Throughout the afternoon, the crowd remains remarkably peaceful and disciplined, confounding predictions of disorder that had led the government to prepare military units for potential intervention. The atmosphere combines solemnity with celebration, determination with hope, a complex emotional register that reflects the moment's historical significance. As the program nears its conclusion, It is time for King to deliver his address. He approaches the podium carrying his typed speech, the product of careful preparation and consultation with advisors. The crowd stirs with anticipation, aware of King's reputation for oratorical power. King begins with the prepared text, speaking in measured tones about the unfulfilled promise of American democracy, the promissory note that remains uncashed for black citizens. He acknowledges the fierce urgency of now and warns against the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. These are powerful words, and the crowd responds with approval. But then something remarkable happens. Midway through the speech, the gospel singer Mahalia Jackson calls out to King, "Tell them about the dream, Martin." This reference to themes King has explored in earlier speeches sparks a pivotal moment. King pushes his prepared text aside and begins to speak extemporaneously, drawing on the wellspring of biblical imagery and American idealism that has long infused his oratory. I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have
A dream.
It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. What follows is a series of lyrical repetitions, "I have a dream," each followed by a vision of racial harmony and justice. Little black boys and black girls joining hands with little white boys and white girls. The sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners sitting down together at the table of brotherhood. Mississippi transformed from a state of injustice and oppression to an oasis of freedom and justice. The cadence of King's voice rises and falls like music, his training as a Baptist preacher evident in the rhythmic power of his delivery. The crowd responds with growing enthusiasm, punctuating his phrases with applause and affirmation. The speech builds toward a climactic vision drawn from the spiritual "free at last," and concludes with the ringing declaration, "Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last." In that moment, something crystallizes, a vision of America's possibilities that transcends the immediate political demands of the march, while also providing emotional fuel for the hard work those demands will require. The speech captures both the moral urgency of the civil rights struggle and its connection to deep currents in American history and identity. As King returns to his seat, exhausted but exhilarated, he cannot yet know the enduring impact his words will have. The "I Have a Dream" speech will become not only the defining moment of the march, but one of the most famous speeches in American history, studied in schools, quoted by presidents, and referenced whenever the nation reflects on its ongoing journey toward justice. In the immediate aftermath, however, the focus returns to the specific political objectives of the march. A delegation of civil rights leaders meets with President Kennedy at the White House, presenting the march's demands and pressing for action on civil rights legislation. Kennedy, impressed by the peaceful nature of the demonstration and mindful of the growing political importance of civil rights, expresses support but cautions that passing meaningful legislation will require overcoming significant congressional opposition. As dusk falls over Washington, the mall gradually empties. Participants board buses and trains for the journey home, carrying with them a renewed sense of purpose and possibility. The march has demonstrated the movement's ability to mobilize massive, peaceful protest, to articulate clear demands, and to present a compelling moral vision. King returns to his hotel room, physically drained but spiritually renewed by the day's events. Through the window, he can see the Lincoln Memorial illuminated against the night sky, a symbolic bridge between America's past promises and future possibilities. The speech delivered there has given voice to aspirations that transcend any single moment or movement, connecting the specific struggle for civil rights to universal human longings for freedom and dignity. In the months that follow, the political landscape is transformed by tragedy and opportunity. President Kennedy's assassination in November 1963 brings Lyndon Johnson to the presidency. Johnson, a skilled legislative tactician with a personal commitment to civil rights, makes passing Kennedy's Civil Rights Bill a priority, eventually signing the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the most comprehensive civil rights legislation since Reconstruction. The March and King's speech have helped create the political and moral context that makes this legislation possible. The image of 250,000 Americans gathered peacefully to demand justice has challenged stereotypes and demonstrated the breadth of support for civil rights. The dream articulated so powerfully has provided a vision toward which the nation can strive, even as the practical work of legislation and implementation continues. For King personally, the march represents both a pinnacle of influence and a new beginning. The national and international attention it brings to his leadership creates new opportunities, but also intensifies the demands and pressures he faces. The FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover's direction, escalates its surveillance and harassment campaign against him, viewing his growing influence as a threat. As the seasons change and autumn leaves drift across the mall where so many recently gathered, the work continues. The dream so eloquently articulated remains unfulfilled, but its articulation has itself changed the landscape of possibility. The march toward dawn continues, guided by the vision of a nation that might yet live out the true meaning of its creed, that all are created equal, and all deserve the chance to pursue life, liberty, and happiness in the full light of freedom. The morning air in Birmingham, Alabama, carries the sweet scent of magnolia blossoms, a delicate counterpoint to the tension that hangs heavy over the city in the spring of 1963. From the window of his room at the Gaston Motel, Martin Luther King Jr. watches the early light illuminate a city known as perhaps the most segregated in America, a place where racial divisions are enforced not just by law and custom, but often by violence. Birmingham represents both challenge and opportunity for the civil rights movement. After the mixed results of the Albany campaign the previous year, King and his colleagues at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, have carefully chosen Birmingham as the site for their next major nonviolent direct action campaign. The city's rigid segregation enforced by Commissioner of Public Safety Eugene "Bull" Connor makes it a potent symbol of the injustices the movement seeks to address. The campaign, known as Project C for Confrontation, has been meticulously planned by King and his team, including the Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, a fearless local leader who has endured beatings and bombings for his civil rights work. The timing is strategic, coinciding with the Easter shopping season to maximize economic pressure on Birmingham's businesses. Early demonstrations target downtown department stores with sit-ins and boycotts. Volunteers undergo rigorous training in non-violent principles and tactics, preparing to face arrests, verbal abuse, and potential physical violence without retaliation. King has established a clear set of demands: desegregation of lunch counters and other public facilities, fair hiring practices for downtown stores, release of jailed demonstrators, and establishment of a committee to plan further desegregation. Despite this careful preparation, the campaign initially struggles to generate momentum. Many adult volunteers hesitate to participate, fearing loss of jobs in retaliation. Those who do march are arrested, but the numbers are insufficient to create the kind of crisis that would force negotiations. By mid-April, bail money is running low and the campaign seems to be faltering. On Good Friday, April 12th, King himself is arrested for demonstrating in defiance of an injunction against protests. Placed in solitary confinement, he writes his now famous letter from Birmingham jail in response to criticism from 8 white clergymen. Meanwhile, outside the jail, SCLC leaders grapple with the challenge of revitalizing the campaign. The solution emerges from a bold and controversial proposal by James Bevel, an SCLC member known for innovative thinking. Bevel suggests recruiting high school and college students to join the demonstrations, arguing that young people have fewer economic responsibilities and might be more willing to face arrest. Some question the ethics of involving youth in potentially dangerous situations, but Bevel's argument prevails. On May 2, 1963, more than 1,000 black children and teenagers gather at the 16th Street Baptist Church, their faces a mixture of determination and anticipation. They range in age from elementary school students to high school seniors, all volunteers in what will come to be known as the Children's Crusade. Inside the church, movement leaders provide final instructions on non-violent discipline. The young people are reminded to remain peaceful no matter what happens, to protect each other, and to maintain their dignity even in the face of provocation. Many write down phone numbers of relatives who might bail them out of jail, tucking the papers into pockets or shoes. As they prepare to march, the church fills with the sound of freedom songs. We shall overcome. Ain't gonna let nobody turn.
Me round this little light of mine. The music steadies nerves and builds solidarity, connecting these young people to a tradition of resistance through faith and community.
When they emerge from the church in small groups walking peacefully toward downtown, Connor's police forces are waiting. What follows is a shocking display of brutality against children. High-pressure fire hoses capable of tearing bark from trees and stripping away clothing are turned on the young protesters. Police dogs are unleashed, their handlers encouraging them to lunge at the children. Billy clubs swing indiscriminately. Yet, the children maintain remarkable discipline. Many do not run, despite the force of the water knocking them to the ground. Some kneel in prayer as they face the officers. Others help wounded comrades to safety. Their courage in the face of violence creates images that shock the nation and the world when they appear on television and in newspapers. Despite mass arrests, with nearly 1,000 young people detained on the first day of the Children's Crusade, the demonstrations continue day after day. The city's jail facilities overflow, forcing authorities to house young protesters in makeshift facilities at the fairgrounds. Rather than dampening enthusiasm, the arrests seem to inspire more participation, with new waves of young people stepping forward to replace those detained. In response to criticism about involving children, King offers a powerful defense. Don't.
Hold them back if they want to go to jail, for they are doing a job not only for themselves, but for all of America and for all mankind. He reminds parents that the children are fighting for their own future, for a world where they will not face
the same discrimination their parents have endured. The dramatic confrontations in Birmingham capture national and international attention. President Kennedy, watching the television coverage, is reportedly moved to accelerate work on comprehensive civil rights legislation. Around the world, the images damage America's standing, particularly as the country seeks to present itself as a champion of freedom in contrast to the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Under mounting pressure, Birmingham's business leaders begin negotiations with civil rights leaders. On May 10th, they reach an agreement that includes desegregation of lunch counters, restrooms, and drinking fountains in downtown stores, an employment program to hire black clerks and salespeople, release of jailed protesters, and establishment of a committee to address further desegregation. Though this agreement represents a significant victory, it also triggers a violent backlash from segregationists. On the night of May 11th, bombs explode at the Gaston Motel, where King had been staying, and at the home of his brother, A.D. King. The explosions spark riots in black neighborhoods, threatening to undermine the nonviolent discipline that has characterized the campaign. King rushes back to Birmingham from Atlanta, working with local leaders to restore calm and maintain focus on the agreements achieved. President Kennedy responds to the violence by ordering federal troops to stand by near Birmingham, a clear signal that the federal government is prepared to intervene, if necessary, to maintain order and protect civil rights workers. The most devastating response to Birmingham's progress comes on September 15, 1963, when a bomb planted by Ku Klux Klan members explodes at the 16th Street Baptist Church during Sunday school, killing 4 young girls, Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol
Robertson and Cynthia Wesley.
This brutal act of terrorism, targeting the very church that had served as headquarters for the children's demonstrations, becomes a galvanizing moment for the civil rights movement and for national opinion. At a funeral service for 3 of the girls, King delivers a moving eulogy that transforms their deaths into a call for continued commitment to non-violent change. They did not die in vain. God still has a way of wringing good out of evil. History has proven again and again that
Unmerited suffering is redemptive.
the Birmingham campaign, with its powerful imagery of children facing violence with dignity and courage, marks a turning point in the civil rights movement and in national consciousness. It demonstrates the effectiveness of non-violent direct action in creating what King calls constructive tension that forces a community to confront its injustices. It shows the power of economic pressure combined with moral witness, and most significantly, it reveals the courage of a generation of young people willing to risk their safety for freedom. As autumn leaves drift past the 16th Street Baptist Church, where 4 small coffins have been carried out to waiting, hearses, the city of Birmingham bears the scars of its long resistance to change. The physical violence has been brutal, the spiritual cost immeasurable. Yet something has shifted beneath the surface. The children who marched through fire hoses and police dogs have helped bend the arc of history a little further toward justice. Their courage has inspired not only their own community, but a nation increasingly unwilling to accept the moral contradictions of segregation. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, strengthened by the moral witness of Birmingham, will soon prohibit segregation in public accommodations and discrimination in employment. The long journey toward equality continues, but Birmingham's children have illuminated the path with their extraordinary faith and courage. The winter morning is crisp and clear in Selma, Alabama, as Martin Luther King Jr. steps out of Brown Chapel AME Church on January 2, 1965. Despite the sunshine, there's a chill that penetrates deeper than the January air, a chill born of Selma's reputation for particularly virulent racism and the violent resistance its white power structure has shown to any challenge to the racial order. Yet King walks with determination, surrounded by local activists and SCLC colleagues. They have come to Selma with a specific focus: voting rights. Despite the passage of the Civil Rights Act the previous year, which prohibited discrimination in public accommodations, employment, and federally funded programs, the right to vote remains effectively denied to most black citizens across the South, especially in places like Selma. The statistics tell a stark story. In Dallas County, where Selma is located, only 2% of eligible black voters are registered, despite making up
More than half the population.
The barriers to registration are both systemic and personal. Complex literacy tests applied selectively, economic intimidation, and the ever-present threat of violence against those who dare to challenge the status quo. Selma hasn't been chosen randomly for this campaign. Local activists, led by the Dallas County Voters League and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, have been building a movement here for years. Determined leaders like Amelia Boynton and her husband Samuel have risked everything to encourage voter registration. SNCC organizers, including the young John Lewis, have established deep connections in the community. They have invited King and the SCLC to amplify these local efforts with national attention. As the voting rights campaign unfolds through January and February, the pattern is familiar but no less powerful for its repetition. Peaceful demonstrators are met with brutal force. Sheriff Jim Clark, wearing a button that reads "Never," leads deputies in beating, arresting, and intimidating would-be voters and demonstrators. The jails fill with protesters, including teachers, nurses, and other community leaders who risk their livelihoods to participate. On February 18th, during a night march in the nearby town of Marion, state troopers attack the demonstrators, beating them with clubs and firing tear gas. In the chaos, a young black man named Jimmy Lee Jackson is shot while trying to protect his mother and grandfather. He dies 8 days later from his wounds. Jackson's death becomes a catalyst for an even more ambitious act of protest. At his funeral, the idea emerges to carry the voting rights struggle beyond Selma's city limits through a march from Selma to Montgomery, the state capital, approximately 54 miles away. The march would symbolically deliver the message of voting rights directly to Governor George Wallace, a notorious segregationist. On Sunday, March 7, 1965, approximately 600 marchers gather at Brown Chapel, ready to begin the journey. King himself is not present, having returned to Atlanta to preach at his home church. The march is led instead by SNCC Chairman John Lewis and SCLC Director of Direct Action Hosea Williams, as they lead the column of marchers through Selma and toward the Edmund Pettus Bridge. There is a solemn determination in their steps. The Edmund Pettus Bridge, named for a Confederate general and Ku Klux Klan leader, arches over the Alabama River like a sentinel. As the marchers approach and begin to cross, they can see what awaits them on the other side, a wall of state troopers in blue uniforms and poses of mounted sheriff's deputies, many carrying whips, rubber tubing wrapped with barbed wire, and electric cattle prods. When the marchers reach the highest point of the bridge, they are ordered to stop and disperse. Before they can fully respond, the troopers advance with tear gas and billy clubs. The mounted posse charges into the crowd, beating marchers with nightsticks and whips. John Lewis suffers a fractured skull. Amelia Boynton is beaten unconscious. Dozens of others are seriously injured. The violence is captured by television cameras and newspaper photographers. That evening, Americans across the country watch in horror as ABC's scheduled broadcast of Judgment at Nuremberg, a film about Nazi war crimes, is interrupted to show footage of what quickly becomes known as Bloody Sunday. The juxtaposition is powerful and unintentional. Scenes of state-sanctioned brutality against peaceful marchers in America intercut with depictions of historical atrocities. The national outrage is immediate and intense. Clergy and civil rights supporters from across the country begin traveling to Selma to join the cause. King issues a call for people of conscience to come to Selma for a second march attempt. On Tuesday, March 9th, King leads a much larger group of marchers to the Edmund Pettus Bridge. This time, the column includes hundreds of clergy from various denominations and faiths, many wearing their clerical collars or other religious attire. As they approach the bridge, the marchers kneel in prayer, then proceed across. Once again, state troopers block their path, but this time, after a tense standoff, King makes a controversial decision. Rather than forcing a confrontation that might lead to more violence and potentially violating a federal court order that temporarily prohibited the march, he leads the marchers in prayer on the bridge and then turns them around to return to Brown Chapel. This turnaround Tuesday decision disappoints some of the more militant activists, but is seen by King as a tactical retreat rather than a surrender. Behind the scenes, intensive negotiations are taking place between civil rights leaders and the Johnson administration. President Lyndon B. Johnson, moved by the Bloody Sunday images and recognizing the political moment, decides to fully embrace the cause of voting rights. On March 15th, in a historic address to Congress, Johnson adopts the language of the movement itself. Their cause must be our cause too, because it is not just Negroes, but really it is all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice, and we shall overcome. These words, invoking the anthem of the civil rights movement, mark a profound alignment between the presidency and the moral cause of voting rights. Johnson announces that he will send a strong voting rights bill to Congress, one that will strike down restrictions and provide federal oversight where needed. Meanwhile, federal Judge Frank M. Johnson issues a ruling that protects the right to march from Selma to Montgomery. President Johnson federalizes the Alabama National Guard to provide protection. With these safeguards in place, the full march begins on Sunday, March 28th. The scene as the marchers finally depart, Selma, is one of determined joy. The column stretches out along the highway, American flags and handmade signs bobbing above the crowd. They sing freedom songs that have sustained the movement through its many trials. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, we shall overcome, this little light of mine. The lyrics echo across the Alabama countryside, mingling with the sound of footsteps on pavement. The march takes 5 days, with participants walking between 7 and 17 miles each day. At night, they camp in fields along the route, sleeping in large tents. Supporters provide food, medical care, and encouragement. Celebrity entertainers like Harry Belafonte, Joan Baez, and Sammy Davis Jr. come to perform and boost morale. Not all the response is supportive. Along the road, hostile white onlookers jeer and wave Confederate flags. The Ku Klux Klan maintains a threatening presence, yet the marchers continue, their ranks swelling as they near Montgomery. On the final day, March 25th, the procession reaches Montgomery, now 25,000 strong. They march up Dexter Avenue toward the Alabama state capitol, past Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, where King had served as pastor during the Montgomery bus boycott a decade earlier, a symbolic full circle for his leadership. At the Capitol, with the Alabama state flag and the Confederate battle flag flying above, Governor Wallace has ordered the U.S. flag lowered. King delivers a speech that captures both the immediate triumph and the continuing challenge. The end we seek is a society at peace with itself, a society that can live with its conscience. And that will be a day not of the white man, not of the black man. That will be the day of man as man. He acknowledges the journey still ahead. How long? Not long because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. While celebrating the distance already traveled, the Selma campaign achieves its legislative goal. On August 6, 1965, President Johnson signs the Voting Rights Act into law, with King and other civil rights leaders present at the ceremony. The act bans literacy tests and other barriers to voting, and provides for federal examiners to register voters in areas with patterns of discrimination. The impact is immediate and dramatic. Within months, federal examiners register thousands of black voters across the South. By the end of 1965, 250,000 new black voters are registered. Political representation gradually begins to reflect the actual population, fundamentally changing the power dynamics in Southern communities, yet the victory comes with painful costs. Viola Liuzzo, a white civil rights volunteer from Detroit who had come to support the march, is murdered by Klansmen while shuttling marchers back to Selma. Jonathan Daniels, a white Episcopal seminary student inspired by Selma to work in Alabama, is killed months later while protecting a young black woman. These martyrs join Jimmy Lee Jackson and others whose lives are sacrificed in the struggle for voting rights. As summer fades into autumn and the trees along the Selma to Montgomery route begin to show their fall colors, the landscape of American democracy has been altered. The Edmund Pettus Bridge, once a symbol of violent resistance to change, has been transformed into an icon of courage and determination, a place where ordinary citizens facing extraordinary brutality demonstrated the power of non-violent witness. To awaken a nation's conscience, the long walk from Selma to Montgomery represents more than just the physical distance covered. It traces a moral journey from exclusion to participation, from marginalization to empowerment. The bridge that arches over the Alabama River becomes a bridge across America's deepest divisions, not yet fully crossed, but traversed far enough to glimpse the possibility of a democracy that truly includes all its citizens. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything: ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers, so there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling
and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night.
The Chicago winter of 1966 is bitter, with wind whipping off Lake Michigan that seems to cut through even the heaviest coats. Martin Luther King Jr. stands on the steps of a dilapidated tenement building in the city's west side, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. This northern urban landscape, with its segregated neighborhoods, substandard housing, and economic exploitation, represents a new frontier for the civil rights movement, and perhaps its most challenging one yet. This sweltering summer of legitimate discontent will not pass until there is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality, King had declared in his "I Have a Dream" speech. Now, in the freezing Chicago winter, that sweltering summer of discontent has shifted north, where segregation exists not by law, but through economic structures, housing discrimination, and deeply entrenched social patterns. The civil rights movement has achieved remarkable victories in the South: the desegregation of public accommodations through the Civil Rights Act of 1964, voting rights protections through the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But as King walks through Chicago's slums, seeing children huddle against the cold in apartments infested with rats and roaches, he confronts the reality that legal equality alone cannot address the deeper inequities of American society. What does it profit a man to be able to eat at an integrated lunch counter if he doesn't have enough money to buy a hamburger? King asks a gathered crowd of community members. This question encapsulates his evolving focus on economic justice as inseparable from racial justice, a perspective that will increasingly define the final years of his life. The Chicago Freedom Movement, a collaboration between King's SCLC and local organizations, aims to address housing discrimination, educational deficiencies, and economic exploitation in the urban North. The tactics developed in Southern campaigns must be adapted to this new context, where the mechanisms of oppression are less visible but no less powerful. When King leads marches through white neighborhoods of Chicago to protest housing discrimination, the resistance is as vicious as any he encountered in the South. Mobs throw bottles and rocks, chanting racial epithets and carrying signs with swastikas. I have never seen, even in Mississippi and Alabama, mobs as hostile and as hate-filled as I've seen in Chicago, King remarks, shaken by the depth of northerly racism. The Chicago campaign achieves modest gains, including agreements from banks, real estate agencies, and the city government to work toward fair housing practices. But it also reveals the limitations of the movement's existing strategies when confronting the complex web of economic and social factors maintaining racial inequality in urban America. As King's attention expands to address these systemic economics issues, he also begins to speak out more forcefully on another issue troubling his conscience: the Vietnam War. On April 4, 1967, exactly 1 year before his death, King delivers a speech at Riverside Church in New York titled "Beyond Vietnam, a Time to Break Silence." In it, He connects the struggle for justice at home with the pursuit of peace abroad. I cannot forget that the Nobel Peace Prize was also a commission to work harder than I had ever worked before for the brotherhood of man. This is a calling that takes me beyond national allegiances. I must be true to my conviction that I share with all men the calling to be a son of the living God. This I believe to be the privilege and the burden of all of us who deem ourselves bound by allegiances and loyalties which are broader and deeper than nationalism. The speech draws sharp criticism not only from war supporters but from many civil rights allies who fear King is diluting the movement's focus. Major newspapers, including ones that had previously supported him, publish editorials condemning his stance. President Johnson, once a legislative ally on civil rights, feels betrayed by King's criticism of his war policy and terminates their working relationship. Meanwhile, the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover intensifies its already substantial harassment of King. Since the early 1960s, the Bureau has wiretapped King's phones, bugged his hotel rooms, and attempted to disrupt his marriage and his movement through anonymous threatening letters and the sharing of damaging information. Hoover, viewing King as a threat to social stability and possibly influenced by communism, becomes even more determined to neutralize him as King's critique expands to address fundamental questions about American society, economics, and foreign policy. Despite these pressures, King continues to evolve his vision of social change. In late 1967, he announces the Poor People's Campaign, an ambitious plan to bring thousands of poor people to Washington, D.C. to demand economic justice through guaranteed income, affordable housing, and anti-poverty legislation. The campaign aims to unite poor people across racial lines, including whites from Appalachia, Latinos from the Southwest, Native Americans, and Black Americans from urban and rural areas. We have moved from the era of civil rights to the era of human rights, King declares, articulating a more radical analysis that identifies what he calls the triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism as interrelated forces that must be confronted together. As preparations for the Poor People's Campaign continue, King is called to Memphis, Tennessee in March 1968 to support a strike by sanitation workers. These workers, almost all black men, are protesting dangerous conditions, discrimination and poverty-level wages. Their strike signs carry a simple but profound message: I am a man. An assertion of dignity that resonates with the core of King's philosophy. King's first attempt to lead a march in support of the strike ends in violence when some young people break windows, leading to police brutality against the marchers. Distressed by this outcome and criticism that he can no longer control demonstrations, King determines to return to Memphis to prove that non-violent protest remains effective. On April 3, 1968, King addresses a rally at Mason Temple in Memphis. A thunderstorm rages outside, matching the turbulence of the times. King had initially been too exhausted to attend the meeting, sending Ralph Abernathy in his place, but when he heard how many people had come out in the storm to hear him, he went to the church. His speech that night, delivered without full preparation, has a prophetic quality that seems to anticipate his own mortality. He reflects on the journey of the movement, on threats against his life, and on the challenges still to be faced. Then, his voice rising with emotion, he concludes, "Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead, but it doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop. And I don't mind, like anybody. I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over. And I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we, as a people, We'll get to the promised land, and so I'm happy. Tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. The audience responds with tears and prolonged applause, sensing the weight of King's words. The following evening, April 4th, King stands on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel, discussing dinner plans with colleagues before heading to a community meeting. At 6:01 p.m., a single rifle shot rings out, striking King in the jaw and severing his spinal cord. He is pronounced dead at St. Joseph's Hospital at 7:05 p.m. News of King's assassination triggers an outpouring of grief and anger across the nation. Riots erupt in more than 100 cities, resulting in at least 39 deaths and extensive property damage. The violence represents both a repudiation of King's non-violent philosophy and a measure of the despair his death engenders among many who saw him as their most effective champion. President Johnson declares a national day of mourning and orders flags flown at half-staff. He also uses the moment to urge Congress to pass the Fair Housing Act, the last major civil rights legislation of the era, which had been stalled in Congress. The bill passes and is signed into law on April 11, 1968, prohibiting discrimination in housing based on race, religion, or national origin. King's funeral in Atlanta on April 9th draws tens of thousands of mourners, including politicians, civil rights leaders, celebrities, and ordinary citizens whose lives had been touched by his work. His body is carried through the streets on a farm wagon pulled by 2 mules, symbolizing his commitment to the poor. He is laid to rest at Southview Cemetery, later being moved to a tomb at the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Park. In the months and years that follow, the movements King led continue their work, though sometimes in fragmented ways. The Poor People's Campaign proceeds without him, establishing a Resurrection City encampment on the National Mall for 6 weeks. While it achieves some policy changes, it falls short of the transformative vision King had articulated. The sanitation strike in Memphis is ultimately resolved in favor of the workers, who gain recognition of their union, wage increases, and improved working conditions. The dignity they asserted through their "I am a man" signs becomes part of the enduring iconography of the civil rights movement. The vision King articulated from the mountaintop of a promised land, where justice, equality, and brotherhood prevail, remains partly fulfilled, partly aspirational. The legal structures of segregation have been dismantled, but many of the economic and social disparities he identified persist. His critique of the triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism continues to challenge American society. Yet, the journey continues, guided by the moral compass King provided and the example of his commitment to non-violent resistance in the face of injustice. The mountaintop vision he shared on that stormy night in Memphis, a glimpse of possibility beyond the immediate struggles, continues to inspire those who work for a more just and peaceful world. As twilight fades into darkness over Memphis on the evening of April 4th, 1968, something irreplaceable has been lost, but something enduring has also been established, a legacy of moral courage, strategic nonviolence, and prophetic vision that will continue to light the path toward the promised land that King glimpsed but did not live to enter. The Memphis evening air hangs heavy with the scent of rain-washed asphalt and spring blossoms when the shot rings out at 6:01 p.m. on April 4th, 1968. On the balcony of the Lorraine Motel, Martin Luther King Jr. crumples to the ground, blood spreading across his crisp white shirt. His associates, who moments before had been laughing and discussing dinner plans, now rush to his side in horror. Ralph Abernathy cradles his friend's head, while others point in the direction of the gunshot toward a rooming house across the street. Inside room 306 of the Lorraine Motel, The remnants of King's last hours remain undisturbed, an open suitcase on the bed, theological books stacked on the nightstand, a half-empty cup of coffee growing cold. The room bears witness to the ordinary humanity of an extraordinary man. A man who, at 39, has lived with the constant awareness that his life might end precisely this way, yet who continued his work with determined hope. Sirens wail as an ambulance speeds King to St. Joseph's Hospital. Doctors work frantically, but the wound proves fatal. At 7:05 p.m., Martin Luther King Jr. is pronounced dead. The official cause is gunshot wound neck and chest and severed spinal cord. But something larger than a single man has been wounded. This day, a nation's moral conscience, a movement's spiritual center, a dream not yet fully realized. Word of the assassination spreads rapidly across Memphis and then the nation. In Atlanta, Coretta Scott King receives the devastating news by telephone. With remarkable composure, she begins making arrangements to return to Memphis, even as she grapples with how to tell her 4 children, Yolanda, Martin III, Dexter, and Bernice, that their father will never come home again. In Washington, D.C., President Lyndon Johnson cancels a scheduled dinner at the White House and addresses the nation, his face grave. America is shocked and saddened by the brutal slaying tonight of Dr. Martin Luther King. I ask every citizen to reject the blind violence that has struck Dr. King, who lived by non-violence. But despite these pleas, violence erupts as night falls. In Memphis, police and National Guardsmen clash with angry, grieving protesters. In Washington, D.C., smoke begins to rise from buildings near the White House. Over the next few days, riots break out in more than 100 cities across the country: Chicago, Baltimore, Kansas City, Detroit, leaving at least 39 people dead and more than 2,600 injured. Thousands of buildings burn, and property damage runs into the millions of dollars. The riots represent a complex response to King's assassination, part grief, part rage, part despair. For many, especially young, Black Americans who had invested their hopes in King's leadership and nonviolent approach, his murder seems to confirm the futility of peaceful resistance. "White America killed Dr. King last night," declares Stokely. Carmichael, a former SNCC chairman now associated with the Black Power movement. "She made it a whole lot easier for a whole lot of black people today to pick up guns." Yet even amid the flames and grief, others work to preserve and extend King's legacy of nonviolence. In Indianapolis, Robert Kennedy, campaigning for the Democratic presidential nomination, delivers an impromptu speech to a largely black audience that has not yet heard the news. Speaking from the heart, Kennedy reminds them of his own loss when his brother was killed by a white man and calls for compassion and love rather than hatred and distrust. "What we need in the United States is not division," Kennedy says, his voice steady despite his emotion. "What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence or lawlessness, but love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, and a feeling of justice towards those who still suffer within our country." Indianapolis remains calm that night, one of the few major cities to avoid rioting, a testament to the power of empathetic leadership in moments of crisis. In Memphis, the investigation into King's murder moves quickly. Police find a Remington rifle on the sidewalk near the rooming house from which the shot was fired. The rifle bears the fingerprints of James Earl Ray, a 40-year-old escaped convict with a history of petty crime. Witnesses report seeing a man matching Ray's description fleeing the scene. Ray escapes Memphis and evades capture for 2 months, fleeing to Canada and then to England. Finally, on June 8, 1968, he is arrested at London's Heathrow Airport while attempting to travel to Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, then a white-ruled country in Africa. Extradited to the United States, Ray pleads guilty to King's murder on March 10, 1969, and is sentenced to 99 years in prison. But almost immediately after his sentencing, Ray recants his confession, claiming he was merely a pawn in a larger conspiracy. This marks the beginning of decades of controversy and speculation about who really killed Martin Luther King Jr. and why. Ray's claims find unlikely allies in members of the King family who come to believe that Ray was not the actual shooter, and that government agencies, including the FBI, may have been involved in the assassination. These suspicions are not without foundation. Under J. Edgar Hoover's direction, the FBI had conducted intensive surveillance of King for years, wiretapping his phones, bugging his hotel rooms, and attempting to discredit him through anonymous letters and leaks of damaging information. Hoover's personal animosity toward King and his concern that King might be influenced by communists drove these efforts. In 1976, a Senate committee investigation confirms the extent of the FBI's campaign against King, including attempts to drive him to suicide by threatening to expose alleged extramarital affairs. While the investigation does not find evidence of FBI involvement in the assassination, it reveals a pattern of harassment that makes conspiracy theories plausible to many. Meanwhile, as controversy swirls around the circumstances of King's death, his body makes the journey home to Atlanta. His funeral on April 9, 1968, becomes a national moment of mourning and reflection. Against the backdrop of continuing unrest in many cities, the funeral procession presents a powerful contrast, a solemn, dignified expression of grief and determination to carry forward King's work. King's coffin is placed on a farm wagon drawn by two mules, symbolizing his commitment to the poor, particularly the Poor People's Campaign he had been organizing at the time of his death. The wagon travels through the streets of Atlanta, followed by tens of thousands of mourners, including ordinary citizens, civil rights leaders, and political figures. Among them are Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Senator Robert Kennedy, and former Vice President Richard Nixon. Inside Ebenezer Baptist Church, where King had served as co-pastor with his father, the funeral service includes a recording of King's own Drum Major Instinct sermon, in which he had reflected on how he wished to be remembered. If any of you are around when I have to meet my day, I don't want a long funeral. And if you get somebody to deliver the eulogy, tell them not to talk too long. Tell them not to mention that I have a Nobel Peace Prize. That isn't important. Tell them not to mention that I have 300 or 400 other awards. That's not important. I'd like somebody to mention that day that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to give his life serving others. I'd like for somebody to say, that day that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to love somebody. After the church service, a second ceremony is held at King's alma mater, Morehouse College, where more than 50,000 people gather to hear tributes to King's life and work. Speakers include Benjamin Mays, the former Morehouse president who had been King's mentor, and King's close friend and colleague, Ralph Abernathy, who has succeeded him as head of the SCLC. King is buried initially at Southview Cemetery, Atlanta's oldest black cemetery, where his maternal grandparents were also interred. Later, his body will be moved to a tomb at what is now the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Park, where his wife Coretta will join him after her death in 2006. In the weeks following King's funeral, the Poor People's Campaign he had been organizing proceeds under Ralph Abernathy's leadership. Thousands of participants create a protest encampment called Resurrection City on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. They live in makeshift shelters for 6 weeks, demanding economic justice and an end to poverty. Though the campaign achieves some policy victories, including expanded food programs for the poor, it falls short of the transformative vision King had articulated. The year 1968 continues its litany of violence and unrest. On June 5th, just 2 months after King's assassination, Robert Kennedy is shot after winning the California Democratic primary. He dies the next day. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago becomes the site of violent clashes between police and anti-Vietnam War protesters. Richard Nixon is elected president in November, promising law and order, a phrase many interpret as a coded appeal to white voters concerned about urban unrest and civil rights activism. Yet amid this turmoil, King's legacy begins to take shape. His birthday becomes a day of commemoration in many cities and states. His words and ideas are incorporated into school curricula. Streets, schools, and public buildings are named in his honor. Perhaps most significantly, the movements he led continue their work, building on the foundations he established. The Fair Housing Act, passed in the immediate aftermath of King's assassination, represents the last major civil rights legislation of the era. It prohibits discrimination in the sale, rental, or financing of housing based on race, religion, or national origin. Though imperfectly enforced, it addresses one of the key issues King had confronted in Chicago and other northern cities. King's assassination also accelerates the mainstreaming of his image and message, a process that carries both benefits and costs. As he becomes increasingly lionized as a national hero, there is a tendency to smooth the radical edges of his critique of American society, to emphasize his "I have a dream" speech while downplaying his more challenging statements on economic justice, militarism, and the need for fundamental social transformation. Yet even as official commemorations sometimes sanitize King's message, his complete legacy continues to inspire and challenge those engaged in ongoing struggles for justice. His philosophical framework of nonviolent resistance, his analysis of the interconnected triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism, and his vision of the beloved community provide resources for movements addressing contemporary injustices. As the spring rain falls on Memphis in the days after April 4th, washing away the physical traces of violence but not its memory, the nation begins the long process of reckoning with what has been lost and what remains. The light extinguished at the Lorraine Motel was singular in its brilliance, but its illumination had kindled countless other flames that continue to burn in the work of those committed to realizing King's vision of a more just and peaceful world. The Georgia afternoon is golden as visitors move quietly through the reflecting pool at the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Park in Atlanta. Sunlight dances on the water's surface, and the eternal flame burns steadily near the tomb where King and his wife, Coretta Scott King, now rest. Children too young to have lived through the civil rights era read the inscriptions, asking their parents and grandparents questions about the man honored here. What did he do? They wonder. Why do we remember him? These questions echo across more than 5 decades since King's assassination in 1968, as generations born long after his death encounter his legacy and grapple with its meaning for their own time. The answers are complex and evolving, reflecting both the undeniable impact of King's life and work and the ongoing conversation about how best to honor and extend his vision in a world he did not live to see. In the immediate aftermath of King's death, the process of commemoration began almost immediately. Streets, schools, and public buildings were renamed in his honor. His birthday, January 15th, became a day of local observance in many communities. Yet the push for federal recognition faced significant resistance. It was not until 1983, 15 years after his assassination, that President Ronald Reagan signed legislation establishing Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a federal holiday to be observed on the third Monday in January. Even then, some states resisted, with Arizona notably withholding recognition until 1992, after a national boycott campaign. The establishment of the King holiday represents one facet of his institutional legacy, the formal recognition of his historical significance. But perhaps more profound is his continuing influence on movements for social change, both in the United States and around the world. King's philosophy of nonviolent resistance, developed through his study of Gandhi and refined through practical application in campaigns across the South, has provided a template for countless movements addressing injustice. From the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa to pro-democracy movements in Eastern Europe, from environmental activism to LGBTQ+ rights campaigns, King's principles of nonviolent direct action have been adapted and applied in diverse contexts. His analysis of the triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism continues to offer a framework for understanding how different forms of injustice are interconnected. Contemporary movements for racial justice increasingly draw on King's later work, which emphasize the need to address economic inequality and militarism alongside racial discrimination. The Poor People's Campaign has been revived in the 21st century under the leadership of Reverend William Barber II and others, explicitly drawing on King's vision of a movement uniting poor people across racial lines. King's eloquence, his ability to articulate moral principles in language that resonates both intellectually and emotionally, ensures that his words remain a resource for those seeking to persuade and mobilize. From his letter from Birmingham jail to his "I Have a Dream" speech, his writings and addresses continue to be studied for their rhetorical power and ethical insight. Yet the process of remembering King has also involved simplification and, at times, sanitization of his more challenging ideas. The King commemorated in many official contexts is often reduced to a few inspirational quotes, particularly from the "I Have a Dream" speech. The more radical elements of his critique of American society, his opposition to the Vietnam War, his criticism of capitalism, his call for a revolution of values, are frequently downplayed or omitted entirely. This selective memory serves various purposes. For some, it makes King more palatable as a national hero, less threatening to established interests. For others, it reflects genuine uncertainty about how to reconcile King's more radical positions with his equally sincere patriotism and faith in American ideals. The full complexity of King's thought, his ability to love America while unflinchingly criticizing its failings, his commitment to non-violence alongside his increasingly systemic critique of power, resists easy categorization. Coretta Scott King, who survived her husband by 38 years, devoted much of her life to preserving and extending his legacy. She founded the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change in Atlanta, worked successfully for the establishment of the King holiday, and continued her own activism on issues including nuclear disarmament, apartheid, and LGBTQ+ rights. Her insistence that King's message applied to a broad range of social justice issues helped prevent his legacy from being narrowly defined. King's children have carried forward different aspects of their parents' work, though not without disagreements. Among themselves, Yolanda, until her death in 2007, worked as an actress and producer, often performing dramatic interpretations of her father's speeches. Martin Luther King III has been involved in various human rights and political reform efforts. Dexter became chairman of the King Center and controversially authorized the use of his father's image and words in commercial advertisements. Bernice, an ordained minister like her father, has emphasized the spiritual dimensions of his message. The King family has also been involved in ongoing controversies surrounding his assassination, with several family members publicly expressing belief in conspiracy theories regarding James Earl Ray's guilt. These positions have sometimes put them at odds with historians and investigators who consider the evidence against Ray compelling, though questions about possible co-conspirators remain unresolved. Beyond family efforts, King's legacy lives on through the countless institutions and initiatives that bear his name and claim inspiration from his work. From elementary schools in inner cities to prestigious fellowships at major universities, from community service projects to international peace initiatives, his influence permeates educational, religious, and civic institutions. In academic contexts, King's scholarship has evolved significantly. Early biographies and studies often emphasized his role as a civil rights leader without fully engaging the theological and philosophical foundations of his thought. More recent scholarship has explored his intellectual development in greater depth, examining his engagement with personalism, process theology, the social gospel, and other philosophical and religious traditions. This work reveals a thinker of greater sophistication and complexity than popular portrayals often suggest. The physical landscapes associated with King's life have also become sites of memory and pilgrimage. The National Park Service now administers the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historical Park in Atlanta, which includes his birthplace, Ebenezer Baptist Church, and his tomb. The Lorraine Motel in Memphis, where he was assassinated, has been transformed into the National Civil Rights Museum. The Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma and the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. attract visitors seeking to connect with pivotal moments in the civil rights struggle. These sites serve not only as memorials to past events, but as spaces for reflection on continuing challenges. On the 50th anniversary of the Selma to Montgomery March in 2015, President Barack Obama, whose own historic election was widely interpreted as a fulfillment of King's dream, stood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge and connected past struggles to present concerns. We just need to open our eyes and ears and hearts to know that this nation's racial history still casts its long shadow upon us. We know the march is not yet over, the race is not yet won, and that reaching that blessed destination where we are judged by the content of our character requires admitting as much. This acknowledgement of unfinished work reflects a central tension in King's legacy, celebrating progress while recognizing how far short we still fall from realizing his vision. The election of the first black president represented a milestone unimaginable in King's lifetime. Yet persistent racial disparities in wealth, education, criminal justice, and other areas demonstrate that the dream of equality remains substantially unfulfilled. Contemporary movements for racial justice, most notably Black Lives Matter, have both drawn on King's legacy and distinguished their approaches from his. While embracing his commitment to addressing systemic injustice and his analysis of the interrelationship between racism and economic inequality, some contemporary activists have questioned whether his emphasis on non-violence and reconciliation remains strategically viable in the face of persistent oppression. These discussions represent not a rejection of King, but an engagement with his ideas as living principles that must be tested against current realities. As new generations encounter King's words and example, they bring their own questions and perspectives to the engagement. Young people discovering the full breadth of his thought often express surprise at the disparity between the King they encounter in simplified school curricula and the more complex figure revealed in his complete writing. This discovery can be both disorienting and empowering, challenging comfortable narratives while providing richer resources for contemporary struggles. In this process of ongoing interpretation and application, King's legacy proves its enduring vitality. Rather than a static monument to past achievements, it functions as a living tradition that continues to evolve as it encounters new contexts and challenges. The questions he raised about the relationship between law and morality, about the proper response to injustice, about the possibility of beloved community in a divided society, these remain as urgently relevant today as they were during his lifetime. As twilight falls over the King Memorial in Atlanta, visitors linger by the reflecting pool. The eternal flame continues to burn, symbolizing both King's enduring influence and the persistent hope that animated his work. The children who asked about this man are now quiet, perhaps absorbing some sense of the moral courage and vision he represented. In neighborhoods across America and around the world, streets bearing King's name run through communities still grappling with the challenges he identified: racism, poverty, militarism, and the spiritual crisis they both reflect and perpetuate. His words echo in classrooms, pulpits, community meetings, and protest marches. His dream remains both inspiration and challenge, a vision of what might be possible if we could truly see each other as members of a single human family, bound together in what he called an inescapable network of mutuality. The incompleteness of this vision's realization is not a failure but an invitation, a call to continue the work of building the beloved community that King glimpsed from the mountaintop. In this ongoing effort, his legacy finds its truest expression, not in monuments or holidays, but in lives committed to justice, reconciliation, and the dignity of all people. The eternal echoes of his voice continue to call us toward our highest aspirations, reminding us that while the arc of the moral universe may be long, it bends toward justice only through the sustained effort of those who share his dream and courage. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything: ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers, so there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night.